our kamaola carrying our ohana from Rapa Nui, Eo Rapa Nui, and our South Pacific Community ohana on board kamaola. From Rapa Nui, South Pacific communities. Riva, Riva. Yo Rapa Nui. Maohi.
Aloha mai, e ko Rapa Nui.
Riva, Riva, Rapa Nui.
We'd like to acknowledge their leadership.
Yorana.
Len Rapu Tuki, Haumaka Nui Pakarati, Ame Eteane Rapu. Aloha mai, e ko Rapa Nui.
Yo, Rapa Nui. Pai pai lima kako. Delina Rapa Nui. Wa pai mai lai ku aloha ne aloha i ko kako ohana. Me ka mo ai mana o ana kena. Aloha nui ia oko. Na mama o hotu matua. Aloha nui. Aloha ia oko.
Next, we'd like to acknowledge the South Pacific community as they come ashore on Kamaola. We'd like to acknowledge the Deputy Director General, Maria Fuata, and fellow leadership, Miles Young and Koro Pasisi.
Help us welcome the South Pacific communities who are on Kamaola as well. Pai pai lima.
Aloha mai. Pai mai.
I found a couple more brothers and sisters from across the Pacific. From Aotearoa, aloha mai and welcome to Hawaii. Oh, yeah. What are your names and what are your titles with this delegation?
Tuatai mihirawa tura kia koutou I te mana whenua te ahi kā. Me nāke tia mātou te tira wakaare mo Aotearoa. Te mana nui o koutou I o koutou manāke tanga kia mātou te tira. Tēnā koutou, my name is Kura Moeahu. I am one of the co-heads of the delegation of Aotearoa.
Wow, aloha.
Tēnā rā koutou, nei rā te mihi atu ki o koutou, mai tēnei uri o Taranaki Maunga, ko Bonita Bigham. I am Bonita Bigham. I'm also a co-head of delegation for Aotearoa.
I love it. One of the special things about today is I speak Olelo Hawaii Hawaiian language, but to be able to hear all of our other languages from across Moana Nui Akea, across the Pacific, has been so beautiful. And for you folks to be able to share your culture on this platform with FestPAC, with other cultures, our other brothers and sisters, how special has that been?
It's an amazing experience, and for those of us who are not proficient language experts in our own reo, unlike Kura, just to hear the elevation of everyone's languages, everyone's dialects, everyone's expressions of love and solidarity is absolutely amazing. Very grateful to be here.
Aye. And this is not your first time to Hawaii, but it's your first time experiencing something like this.
It's from the outset, on our arrival this morning, it's just been magical. You feel the wairu of the people, and wairu is the spirituality and connection between different nations. Each one of them brings their own different set of knowledge, their traditional knowledge, and the one thing that has united us is the Te Moana Nui Akiwa. One of the themes we had when we left, our theme was He herenga kura, he herenga tangata ki Hawaii, uniting our treasures, our taonga, and our people to Hawaii. So everyone in our delegation is very familiar with that, and we're here to express our culture under the mana of the Kanaka Māori.
Mahalo. How many delegates came with you folks, and when does the preparation begin? This was years in the making.
This has been years in the making, and we acknowledge Hawaii for seeing this kaupapa, seeing this festival through the hard years of COVID, when the world really didn't know what was happening. So we're grateful to be here, and we're grateful for the work that has gone into getting us all here on this beautiful day. We have in Aotearoa a delegation of 85 artists who are some of our premier artists from our country, including many from our Pacific brothers and sisters who live in Aotearoa. So we have a large Pacific population. Making up approximately half of our delegation is Te Whānau Rapa Nui, which is our winning kapahaka team, so our performing arts team. So for us, Te Matatini is the Olympics of kapahaka, and we are very grateful to have the Olympic winning kapahaka team here as a part of our delegation for Aotearoa this year. So they will be spectacular to see.
Awesome. We were sitting here and we saw that your waka, as you call it, come in. What was running through your mind when you saw the delegates and the waka coming closer to shore here in Hawaii at Kualoa?
It's been that connection, knowing the narratives and our stories of our canoes leaving the islands. It's just as important just seeing them come back and being reunited. And it's funny, from the Western world, they say that the water divides us, but in our world, the water brings us together. So to see our waka haurua come in is that real connection between all our iwi, all our different nations. Yeah, very powerful.
Very, very powerful. In Hawaii, we call it chicken skin. You feel the goosebumps all over your arms. What I noticed when you're walking through the crowd, and really for everybody here, is seeing all the different cultures with their beautiful costuming and what they're wearing. Can you tell me what you're wearing today?
I'm wearing what's called a tarapauahi. It's like a shawl, a shoulder piece that can be worn in a variety of different ways. It's made from muka, which is the natural fibre that comes out of our harakeke plant. Harakeke, more commonly known as flax. It's one of the strongest, if not the strongest, natural fibre in the world. Wow. And the outside green exterior is stripped away to reveal what you see here. So it's not quite finished. I haven't quite finished it, but I did enough to get it on my shoulders today. So I'm grateful.
It surely is beautiful. And also, too, the tattoo, or how do you say tattoo?
Moko.
Moko.
Yes.
Tell me about that and the significance of it.
In fact, I'd just like to thank a couple of people that actually revived the art of tāmoko. We have Tā Derek Ladeli here. He, along with a number of very strong artists, brought the revival. It was an art that was on the verge of extinction. And so with like Tā Derek Ladeli, Mark Korpu and many others, they've revived that. And the moko is, as you can see with Bonita, she has a kauai. It's called a kauai. And that design is specifically for our wahine. What I have is a mataora. It's not quite fully complete yet. I've got the other half to do. But if I can just give a brief explanation, each and every one that carries their own tāmoko has a narrative. And where the artist sits down with those that are receiving it, they'll listen to the narratives and the stories. And it's not just a one-off, it's over a period of time where they've gone away and interpreted and then created this wonderful Tonga. It's starting to, there's a strong renaissance of our kauai amongst our wahine, and particularly the mataora of our man. So you'll see them around.
Wow. I thank you both so much for your time. We're welcoming in the next va'a. But again, thank you so much for coming all the way to Hawaii and celebrating our beautiful cultures. Mahalo nui loa.
Mahalo nui loa.
Mahalo.
As we take in some more sights and sounds of the next va'a coming in.
Ika hoi, ike ka. E pai mai lai ka aina e au e uahiti e. Eo, welcome our ohana from Australia. Pai pai lima kako.
Aloha
Aloha ka ohana.
nuholani. Amai.
O pai maila I na one o kualoa. Aloha nui kako to our ohana from Australia. Mahalo nui to our crew of Manaya Kalani, Eo Lahaina strong, Lahaina kumau no hoi Lahaina kamalu ulua olele. Thank you for carrying our ohana from Australia.
We'd like to acknowledge the Executive Director, First Nations, Arts and Culture, Creative Australia, Francesca Kubilo, and also Kevin Rudd, Australian Ambassador to the U.S., Solomon Booth, visual artist, and Justin Mohammed, Ambassador for the First Nations people. Aloha no.
Aloha to our ohana from Australia. Aloha nui. Aloha. Elina. Our next va'a coming in is our va'a kia kahi from Hilo Hanakahi Ka'ua Kanilehua, and they're carrying our ohana from Tuvalu.
Tuvalu! Woohoo!
Our ohana from Tuvalu. Yo, pai pai lima kako. Welcome our ohana from Tuvalu. Aloha ohana.
Mai, Tuvalu.
Aloha Tuvalu. Mahalo Tuvalu. Mahalo to our va'akia kahi. Our next va'a is starting to come into shore. Our beautiful va'a Kane Huna Moku, carrying our ohana from the Federated States of Micronesia, FSM ohana. Get ready to welcome and greet them on our va'a Kane Huna Moku. This is also Kane Huna Moku's home sands. Again, coming in is Kane Huna Moku He Va'a He Moku He Moku He Va'a. Kane Huna Moku is carrying our ohana from FSN, the Federated States of Micronesia. Please get ready to welcome our ohana.
to acknowledge the head of delegation, Augustine Kohler, Lieutenant Governor of Kosrae, Arthur Gifford, and Vice Speaker Chuk State, Andrew May. We are proud to see the arrival of Po Navigator Kalei Ula Ula. Mahalo, Federated States of Micronesia.
Eo kane huna moku mahalo o hana wa'a.
Aloha maino, Eko, Confederated States of Micronesia. We have a lot to be thankful for their nation and their people, their navigators, and their wa'a life. Mahalo for helping us.
A huge pa'ipa'i lima for Ohana from FSM. A lot of our voyaging heritage comes from the knowledge of their Ohana, so we're so grateful to our Ohana of FSM Micronesia. Aloha nui Ohana. Welcome to Kualoa. Here comes our wa'a ka'ihe kauila.
Ka'ihe kauila.
Carrying our Ohana from Guam.
Aloha mai.
Our Ohana from Guam is coming in.
He Ka'ohana o Guam, we'd love to introduce the Chair, Guam Council on the Arts and Humanities, Ms. Monica Guzman, as well as Eileen Meno, Master of Traditional Dance, 13th FestPAC Performing Arts Chair, and Zina Ruiz, Executive Director, Para I Probechum I Tau Tau.
Huge aloha to our ohana from Guam. Aloha kako. Bye bye lima.
Eka ohana chamolo.
And Senator Turis Turaki. Pai pai lima kako. An honor to have our ohana from Guam here. Aloha nui, ohana, aloha.
Coming up next, we have our ohana from Palau and Tokelau. Coming in on Mo'okihau Pi'ilani, hui o Va'akaulua Lahaina Maui.
joined now by Dr. Makanani Salah, who has had so much kuleana, so much years of dedication and work. So I want to start off by mahaloing you, Dr. Salah, for being such a huge part of this and putting this on, making this happen.
Thank you so much. I can't take any of that credit. I mean, I think like so many things, something like this is more kuleana, right? It's like somebody gives you kuleana, you just gotta do it, right? And it's not me. It's like everyone sitting around here. Thousands and thousands of hands came together to make this happen. You know, and particularly the Va'a ceremony today, it's really because of these, you know, Bani Kahape'a, Kanehunamoku Voyaging Academy, and the whole Ohana Va'a, that this is even happening. So, like, hats off to her and her team.
What's running through your mind right now as we sit right along the shore and you're watching these Va'a come in? This has been years in the making.
I think, you know, it's really surreal. And so the festival is traditionally opened by a Va'a ceremony and a parade of nations. But for all of the indigenous people that are here, it's a Va'a ceremony that brings them home, right? So ceremonially, to arrive to, you know, the Va'a pies onto the sand and you're being chanted in by your own people as well, it really is once in a lifetime. Because when we go elsewhere, our own people are not there welcoming us. It's, you know, it's our visitors. So it's definitely a chicken skin moment.
Aye. And as we've been walking around, we've been seeing people hugging, speaking in their beautiful language, wearing their beautiful clothing from across the Moana Nui Akea. How special has it been for you to see all these cultures exchanging amongst one another?
You know, I think that's the biggest thing, is the connection, right? There are 1 million things that could go wrong. There are a million things that, you know, little things that are logistical issues, but when you see people reconnecting, speaking their language, doing their thing, like Aotearoa was on the beach waiting to be launched, and they decided to teach the whole audience a little song.
Wow.
They talked in actions and a song, and it was beautiful. But that kind of stuff you can't plan for. It just sort of happens, and that's really the magic of the festival.
Right. When did all of this planning start? I know it was years ago, but when did it start? And you folks have worked so hard to put this together.
Yeah. You know, the Hawaii was awarded the hosting, and it was initially supposed to be in 2020. We all know what happened. I'm not going to even say it. But it got pushed to 2024. So we have been on it, me and my team, for about, I would say, hardcore for about 18 months, maybe a year. So the lead up was crazy. There was some stuff in place, like convention center. We had some program leads, but basically everything you see here is about a year's work. And it was ridiculous, but so worth it. And like we said, now is the fun time. So we could have taken another 3 years. I would have loved another 3 years to plan. But you know, the journey was fun because we reconnected with friends. Everybody came in and everybody dropped what they were doing in order to make this happen.
Yeah, talk about some of the groups who are involved to make this happen. I was talking to Dr. Erin Salah earlier today, and I mean, the list of the names, the organizations, the groups that have come together to make this happen is just incredible.
Yeah, I mean, the list goes on and on. And you know, I have to say, it's the first time that I've seen in the so for the Festival Village build, for example, DLNR came in and cut down all of the trees. Invasive trees, they cut down all of the trees. The Department of Facility Maintenance from the city moved all of the trees. HPD made sure the streets were closed. Transportation coordinated this. And the Albizia Project, a nonprofit dedicated to, you know, reusing invasive trees, they were there. Architects Hawaii, private company, high-powered architecture firm, they designs.
Wow.
Events International, there's just so many. Our PR firm, and then just like community just shows up. Like our friends are just showing up and saying like, hey, what do you need? Makanani, we got this, and they're here. And you know, I think that for me, that's the chicken skin moment. That's when I have tears. Like, is when people just show up for you. You know.
Yeah, so Hawaii, right?
Yeah, so Hawaii.
So
you can't repeat that anywhere else.
Aye, that aloha spirit is so strong here. And really, from all of our brothers and sisters from across Moana Nui Akea, has there been any moments so far today that's kind of stuck out to you, or all of the above?
Gosh, I think, you know, to be on the beach watching everyone come in and sing their songs and dance and speak their language, it's a heavy thing, because as we know, indigenous languages are, you know, they're always on a sort of in danger because people are not speaking anymore.
Right.
So to be in this space when people are speaking not necessarily their colonial language, but their indigenous language is so powerful to me.
Yeah. You know, there are so many different metaphors, I guess you could say, with the va'a, but really seeing everybody come together in one va'a, so to speak, has been incredible. Not only with the kako'o here in Hawaii, but from across the ocean, to see everybody coming together as one to share their culture culture. How special has that been for you to really see people take this platform and just elevate it even more so?
You know, I think like Va'a is so special, right? Because it's one thing everyone recognizes throughout the world. You know, thanks to Papa Mau, thanks to Hokulea, thanks to the whole Ohana Va'a throughout the world, people know now that, you know, Pacific Islander people are genius. We might not speak the same science language that you speak, but we have the same kind of science. We can do these things because we are in connect with the environment. So this idea of us not being technologically advanced, it's just a different frame of reference that you have. But these people have been doing this for thousands of years. So for us to put it on a world stage and for them to come here and show what they do, I think it's a lesson for all of us and for us to remember what our place is in the world.
Walk us through today. Right now, I think this is about Va'a number 8 or 9, and we have about a total of 20, I believe, or so. What happens after this, after all the Va'a have come ashore?
Yeah, so after all the Va'a come ashore, we actually, the whole family who takes care of, you know, they're the keepers of all of Hakipu'u. The whole family has designed a special ceremony called a kakua, and that'll take place right over here with flagpoles, sort of the dignitary welcome with Ava and all the things. And after that, we move on to lunch catered by Tammy Smith and her crew.
I love it.
And then we just paina.
I love it. Yeah. And today is the first day. We still have this weekend next. What's coming up tomorrow? Yeah. Tomorrow in the schedule.
So tomorrow is the big opening ceremony, Stan Sheriff Center. We start at 4 p.m. Free to the public. Go get your ticket the same way you get your volleyball, UH volleyball ticket.
Yes.
It's free to the public. You can walk up or get a e-ticket. And it's a parade of nations. Royal Hawaiian Band opens it. It's a whole to-do. The entire delegation will walk through. Because right now, these are actually, because this part of Kualoa, which is the birthplace of Hokulea, is so small, we couldn't have all the delegations here. So in the Parade of Nations, you'll see everyone. You know, delegations of hundreds coming in. They'll do a presentation, dance, sing a song, present a gift to the state of Hawaii, and then parade right around. And there's 28 of them, so it's going to take several hours.
It's going to be such a beautiful sight. Makanani, where can people find more information?
You can check out FestPACHawaii.org for the full list of stages. We are all over the place, but if you can only go to one, I would suggest you come to the Festival Village at Hawaii Convention Center. It is amazing, epic. It's the first time the Festival Village is indoors. And there's some really sexy virtual exhibits. Woo! There are, you know, traditional hale. There are going to be artisans, music, and dance. So we look forward to welcoming everyone.
Awesome. Dr. Makanani Salah, thank you so much for your time and all of your hard work to put this on. Mahalo
Thank
nui.
you, Lacey.
Thank you so much. And we'll continue to take in more sights and sounds from this Va'a ceremony here at the 13th PAC Festival.
Looks like our next va'a, that is Mako Kau. Our arriving is our home va'a, Hokulea. Hokulea has on board some of our ohana from Wallis and Futuna. And they are coming through on a va'a kaulua, Ihoeia. They're all offloading from Hokulea. So again, our ohana from Wallis and Futuna, who are on board Hokulea, are making their way to shore.
This va'a here is from Kaneohe Canoe Club, and they are bringing in the delegation of Wallis and Futuna.
Here comes our ohana again from Wallis and Futuna with our ohana from Kaneohe, bringing them in to shore. They were on board our mama, our tutu canoe, Hokulea. Malo te maului e kokako ohana.
Our hearts are full of joy today because God's will has allowed us, people of the Pacific, to finally meet and be together. May it be that this gathering will be full of blessing and of love. We send you a warm greeting from Wallis and
Please help us welcome our ohana from Wallis and Futuna. Malo te mauli, aloha nui, kokako ohana. Welcome to Kualoa.
Aloha mai, ko Wallis and Futuna.
E ola ka moana nui a kea. Pai lima kako. Eo ka ohana Wallis and Futuna, aloha. Malo te uli. Our next delegation is the home delegation. Our ohana from Hawaii is arriving. They were also on board Hokulea. Ho'omakaukau e ko Hawaii. Here comes our ohana. Ai maila mai ka wa'a o Hokulea. Hokulea is returning home here to Kualoa, to her birthplace, to her homestead, to her onehanau. Aloha nui ko kako ohana o Hawaii. E mai e ko Hawaii. Ua pai mai la ko ka ohana o Mahokulea.
Aloha mai ka ohana kia hoka lole. E kolu hanauna o ka ohana kia hoka lole, kupano ke ia aina. Senator Jared kia hoka lole, kona makua, kana mau keiki. Aloha no.
Aloha ka ohana kia hoka lole. E ko Hawaii. Anake Mapuana de Silva. Some of our ohana from America. Anake Mapuana, mahalo anake halau mohala ilino. As our ohana disembarked, they all came on Hokulea. We acknowledge right here, standing on shore, some of the crew members of the 76th voyage of Hokulea, Pai Pai Lima. Uncle Snake, Uncle Buffalo.
Uncle John, Auntie Patty.
Uncle John, Auntie Patty. Auntie Patty. Auntie Penny, Auntie Penny. And Uncle Billy right here. Yo, to our 76 crew of Hokulea.
To acknowledge the Deputy Assistant to the President, Asian American, Native Hawaiian and Pacific Islanders Senior Liaison Erica Moritsugu, Ke Haupua Kalani Kamaka, Crystal Ka'ai, and Kumuhula Mapuana de Silva.
Iluna ku ilaki
Tahiti, in all of our ohana of Tahiti. We have our ohana from Ra'iatea, Tapu Atea here as well. Special aloha to our ohana from Tapu Atea. Love you guys. Aloha nui ta ohana. Yorana. Here comes our ohana from French Polynesia. We come on board for Afaite. French Polynesia arriving. Sailed on board the Fa'afaite.
tātou a Aotearoa ai te e mo tamana tātou. Te mo tamama hoi. E a tō tamatau. Pena ni a mai te rei a Aotea. Are ara o tō. Me whanau mai mangani a mai te miti. Nani ai te e mo na paru. Hea maru i te mo atua tini. Te mo atua i ara te mai o tō. Ha maru i te e mo mana. Te o mai tui o tō. No te mai te i o tō tō tere. Te o te au. Te horu ne te au. Te itera o tō tō mata au oa. Tō mātou mata oa. No te whārira i au tō. O nene te whanau rana au tō. E tiara mātou no tō tātou whenua. Te whenua i tātou i weisho hora. Hei wa tae mei ni ei te i whenua no tātou. A mui au tō tātou mana. Tō tātou oa. E tō tātou hanahana. I tau mai ki kei mana wara toi te ira mātou. O te whaahana rai a o tō nārtoi ti tei ori. Ti tei ho atara. Ti tei o ano te aratei a o tō. Nā reira. Hei pai, te au tō.
Special welcome to our ohana from Kealai Kahiki, our ohana from French Polynesia, Pai Pai Lima Kako. We also have very special guests in town. Pai Pai Lima, our ohana, Kahiki, Yorana. And please help me acknowledge and welcome Mayor Motam from Tapu Tapu Aotea, Rai Aotea, Pai Pai Lima, to our ohana Kahiki. Our ancestral homelands, our families are reuniting. Eo Kahiki, Eo Tapu Tapu Aotea, Eo Kafe Nui. We have the papas and mamas of Tapu Tapu Aotea, Papa Matorae as well. We love you guys. We're always well cared for in Tapu Tapu Aotea. Our family has returned home here. The best. Yorana Ohana.
Aloha nui to traditional leader Tunui Salmon, Mareva Lechak Kitalong, head of Department of Foreign Affairs, French Polynesia.
Wow, what a spectacular, spectacular ceremony so far today here at Kualoa. And we are so honored to be sitting next to Pole Master Navigator, CEO of the Polynesian Voyaging Society, Mr. Nainoa Thompson. Nainoa, thank you so much for joining us.
Honored to be here, thank you.
Before we came on air, we were talking about, you're getting a little emotional seeing all of this. What's the main draw for all of that for you?
You know, I'm old now, but I was really young and had a top waterman in Hawaii that was being, heavily recruited by the selection team for the voyage to Tahiti in 1976. He's my mentor and my coach. His name is Kalaku Kea. And he picks me up in his red truck and says, come on, we got to go help lash a canoe. So we drove here, right here, right behind us, this spot here. And there was nobody here. There was no canoes here. There's no sailing canoes here. There was a couple paddling canoes, but nobody was here. And we're going to lash a canoe because we lash 400-pound paddling canoes. We're going to be lashing a 24,000-pound canoe, but I didn't know. And there was, as I recall, a big crane came in, and then a flatbed with these two big giant brown hulls, and picked up the hulls and put it on the grass. And another truck came in with these big 10 iakos to hold these two hulls together. And another truck came in with, honestly, miles and spools of cotton rope to lash the canoe. Our job was to lash it, and we didn't know how. And then we made so many mistakes, but the point is, what I'm trying to get at, that was 50 years ago. And look at today. God. Yeah, our Pacific people come a long way. Being, by these vehicles that they have here, as far west as 4,000 miles, canoes from the great navigators of Micronesia, the canoes from Aotearoa, the two big voyaging canoes that sailed from Tahiti, Whawhaiite, and Maru and the Cook Islands. It's hard to express this because what if they didn't launch Hokulea? What if Mao didn't come? And he was here at the launching, and we made so many mistakes. This is March 8th, we launched the canoe. March 9th, we sailed it. We broke sweeps. We went aground in sandbars. We had to be towed back. We ran aground on this beach over here, and Mao happened to be here. I didn't know who he was. And he watched it and basically said, the canoe is good, but the crew is not too good, which was just telling us how much we don't know. But look at today. People sailing Tahiti, the Cook Islands are going to sail equivalent of 12,000 miles. It's almost halfway around the planet. It's more than that at the equator, just to be here. So it's just the power of what community can do when they're united. So,
How powerful was that when you had commented that when you stepped here that you didn't recognize a lot of people, showing the growth, the growth of navigation across Moana Nui Akea.
I mean, I don't want to offend anybody, but, back in that day that Kala brought me here, I don't remember anybody in the beach of thousands of people that was here that day because they're gone. And so to think about the ability over 50 years to be able to create succession to younger generations, which is the key. It's the key. If young people keep coming, we have a future in voyaging. And so look at it. It's just, and these small sailing canoes we have, they are, our big canoes take us into the wild, into the rough. It's not a place for young children. It's just not. But the small sailing canoes are preparing them for the deep sea. And so the whole beautiful Pacific voyaging and navigation school is constructed and to allow young people to grow and be close to nature, challenge themselves, and connect to their brothers and sisters around the Pacific, that they're all here. My opinion, humble, two things. It's a love of home, these islands, that ocean, and then love of family. They're here to celebrate their family, and it only is going to make us much stronger as Pacific people because of today.
Decades ago, when you started on this journey of navigation, would you have ever imagined that you'd be here sitting today at Kualoa?
No. I could not have imagined this day. And by the way, I'm kind of nobody. I'm just a witness with an old story. And, so you got to really thank Hawaii's leadership that came together. This is not an easy thing to do, to bring people from 28 countries. And if you think about the country, from Alaska to Aotearoa, from Rapa Nui to Taiwan, it's 22 million square nautical miles. How big is that? It's 11 times bigger than continental United States. Wow. You could put China, you could put the big countries of Russia, Canada, and U.S. into our country, and we're bigger.
Wow.
It's the most important country in the world because our greatest challenge in the 21st century is to protect the oceans, because it protects our life that we know it. And so we need to come together. And so there's a much larger voyage to come in the next 50 years. Yes, it is about finding islands on the ocean, but it's really finding ways to protect the only island we have. It's called the Earth. And what you have to protect is the oceans. Who knows it better than Pacific Islanders?
Yeah. In today's ceremony, they will also be honoring your teacher, Mo.
Yeah.
How special would that be for you? And how excited are you to see his legacy continuing on?
Yeah. Well, it's really quite simple. If Mao didn't come, we wouldn't have gone. If we didn't go, today wouldn't happen. And then would we still be living in the world of ignorance? When we graduated from high school back, when I graduated, didn't know anything about who we are, because we didn't know who our ancestors were. We didn't know where they came from. We don't know how they got here, and we didn't know that the greatest navigators and voyagers on the face of the earth. It was reasons to be proud, but we didn't know because it wasn't taught. So Mao's impact is why this day even exists, and it's symbolic and real about the awakening, the rising up of Pacific people because of the canoe and because of Mao. So we cannot celebrate and thank him and his family enough. And there are 7 master navigators here from his island. 7. Wow. And including his son, the Grandmaster Cesario, the youngest in his family, is here. And there are 8 navigators graduated by Mao from Polynesia are here. And then there's Pulawat, there's Lamotrak, there's Pulasuk, there's Pulawat, there's Palau, there's Ulithi, there's Yap. Navigators. It's probably, I'm guessing that it'll be the greatest union of the best navigators in the world in modern times.
Later on today, you will be speaking at the ceremony. How excited are you to be standing in front of the delegates that have come here to Hawaii to celebrate this festival?
Well, I always get very intimidated about public speaking. I'm very good at it, and so it's always hard for me to get through that, but it's just a privilege to be able to address and thank all those thousands of people who made this happen. And you have to thank the leadership in Hawaii that came together, grassroots, that no single organization could have done this. It takes hundreds of organizations. It takes thousands of people to do that. And so many times we try things, but we don't succeed because we split apart. Not this one. They knew that they could not fail, and they stayed together. I watch it from the outside as a bystander, and this young leadership that took over and made today real. And Hawaii should be very proud of them because it took unity and it took trust. Well, you can't have unity without trust, and you can't have trust without respect. And they came together, they stayed together, they never quit, and allowed everybody to celebrate the family.
In many ways, the FestPAC is so similar to the mission of Hokulea as well, as far as having a platform where we can all come together, we can all unite, we can all exchange our cultures. How special is that for you to be a part, or for Hawaii to be a part of FestPAC and to be the host of it?
Yeah. Maybe if Mao didn't come, and maybe if our kupuna didn't build us a canoe and name it Hokulea, there would be no FestPAC yet. Maybe. maybe we wouldn't know anything about Micronesia and the great navigators and or Aotearoa, maybe. Because our road of forgetting was well paved back a long time ago. So I don't know. Maybe that's not a fair statement, but I do think that it'd be hard. You could imagine that FestPAC wouldn't be. You could imagine this beach would still be empty if it wasn't for our kupuna and it wasn't for Mao. And so speaking in front of the crowd is always hard. There's a lot inside of me today because this has been my life for 50 years, the voyaging. I'm a way better sailor than I am a public speaker, but I'd much rather be out there than
You're doing a fine job. You're doing a totally fine job, Nainoa.
But anyway, I'm honored to at least share that perspective of what Kualoa looked like 50 years ago.
Talk about that connection between Kualoa, this ahupua'a that we're in, and Hokulea.
Yeah, well, you know, maybe we should talk about Herb Kane and Dr. Ben Finney, Tommy Holmes, the founders. They were the architects of brilliance. I mean, they were the ones that, when nobody even knew what a voyaging canoe was, dreamed of it, and then built the architecture, so did the research, the groundwork, and then actually constructed the canoe. And so I take it back to them, that they had built a canoe and then gave it to us and trusted us with it. And then there would be Mao that would come where we didn't know anything. Stars are random, confusing dots of light over our heads back then. Today, they're stories. Today, they're linkages to the names of ancestors. Today, they are the paths that we follow. A little tiny light that come from 7,000 stars above us that we use to find the islands of our ancestors. I mean, it's all of that. I think Hokulea, and I'm saying this with all humility, had a lot to do with FestPAC being here, and it had a lot to do with the community saying we need to honor the va'a first. We need to honor the canoes first, and we need to honor the oceans that they sailed on, the roads that they created, and we need to begin there, because it's these canoes that connect us, that allow us to understand we're one family and we're one ocean. And the big task is for me that there's not a day that goes by that I don't think about what humanity's doing to the earth, and making the linkage between what you're seeing happening on change on the planet, whether it's wildfires, whether it's storms, whether it's carbon, all these issues, and thinking about the future of these children. And there's a larger voyage in front of us. It's, again, it's about finding how to live well on the only island we have. It's called Earth. And so that, for me personally, is the destination I shoot for in the next 50 years. Today we put the stone in the ground and saying, yes, we look back at the first 50 years, but we also turn our eyes to the horizon and looking at a future that the island Earth is going to be good enough for our children. That's where I'm going.
You've been to other ceremonies like this, and this will be our last question because we have some beautiful rain. But to see these future generations up and coming, does this fuel you even more to continue on the mission of Hokulea?
They irritate me. They're so smart.
I
Why
like
don't you
that.
be stupid like me? Well, they sailed down in 2022 to start Mauna Nui Akea. The crew was young, and half of them never sailed long, but they trained during COVID, and they trained differently. They trained two things. I don't care if you find the island. I do care about how much you care for the canoe and each other. That's more important than finding the islands. And the other is that trust this canoe.
Yeah.
Tie the sweep up. Just balance her with weight and sail trim, It's a very different mentality of voyaging and navigation. They took off with the first woman captain and navigator ever, against the senior leadership saying they're not ready. But my opinion is they have to be ready, you know, and they got to go. When are they going to go? And so I told them off down at Kumukai and let them go. And make a long story short, they found there's 17 islands in the Tuamotu archipelago, which is the first target, and they actually named the actual one the right island. They all look the same, Aotearoa, and they were correct. And then they set the record for time. They were the fastest voyage ever.
Wow.
So they're intimidating, they're irritating, and makes me feel like, on one hand, you know, you just get out of the way. But on the other hand, you got to thank the Maos and everybody else, because we're able to train them to be better than us. That's where you remain strong, is when your students are better than you. Yeah.
Awesome. Nainoa, it has been an honor to be in your presence today, and we thank you so much for all the work you've done, the legacy that you continue to pass on to the future generations. I know you have a lot of kuleana today, so we'll let you go, but thank you again so much for joining us. We actually have another va'a coming in right now. Let's send it over to Kainani and Kainani Kaunaile.
To shore some of our ohana from Tonga and Fiji real shortly.
I'd like to welcome the ohana from Tonga. Aloha noe nā kuupuna o Tonga, aloha mai. We'd like to welcome Master Carver Tuione Pulotu, who carved Iosepa. Aloha mai. Eke ka laiva. Hano hano. Also like to acknowledge Honorable Frederica Matafehi Tuita, representative of the Royal Ohana, as well as Viliami Takao, CEO of the Ministry of Tourism. Aloha mai ka ohana o Tonga.
Aloha lelei ohana o Tonga. Aloha. Also coming from Iosepa, as we see coming to shore, our ohana from Fiji.
Coming ashore is our ohana from Fiji. Aloha mai, ko Fiji. Aloha e nā kupuna o Fiji.
Oh, Fiji, aloha nui,
We'd like to
hula.
acknowledge the Minister for Itaukei Affairs, Cultural Heritage and Arts, Ifereimi Vasu. Also, Pita Tagisakirewa, Permanent Secretary for Itaukei Affairs, Culture, Heritage and Arts. And the Private Secretary of Honesty and Minister, the Honorable Minister, Jope Koroisavu. Aloha mai e ko Fiji.
Aloha nui e Fiji, hula.
Oh, mine is cute. All right, well.
He just said that he thinks there's like 13 more minutes. I think he's minutes in this county. Well, there's 20-something Phoenicians, right? They're not all Polynesia. Oh, okay, good. They're on the same date. Oh, some of them are one after the other. Yeah, they're smaller.
Maru Maru Watua is almost prepared.
Oh my God.
Please, delegation only inside the La'i lines. Looks like our ohana from Maru Maru Watua is sending in some of our ohana from Cook Islands. So they're making their way in.
Aloha mai raro Tonga. Aloha mai, e nā au kai o maru maru atua. I hololo mai nei, I hawai nei. Aloha mai.
Kia orana i ko kako ohana. Aloha nui ka pai i kualoa ni.
Aloha mai, maru maru atua. Cook Islands Voyaging Society. Aloha mai.
Oh, here comes more the maru maru atua ohana. Hula makikai.
Eia ho, ke pai ho mai nei. Nā au kai o maru maru atua. No Rarotonga, aloha mai. our co-navigator, Peia. Aloha mai.
Kia ora na tātou. Velina me ke aloha ia o ko pakahi. E ola.
We'd like to acknowledge Prime Minister Mark Brown, First Lady Mrs. Brown, Tony Mayave, Michael Gee, Hannah Desert, Sarah Taylor, Michael Marquez, and Vong Pakeo Von Ho Savane. Aloha mai.
Ohana Cook Islands, kia ora na koutou. E mua no hoi. Mahalo ia oko. Aloha ka ohana.
Yes. Okay. Veli na meke aloha. We are here with Kalani Ka'ana Ana. Aloha Kalani.
Aloha Nui.
You have so much kuleana here today. You are part of the Hawaii Tourism Authority and you are also the FestPAC Commission Chair as well. We were talking story during the commercial break about how special it is that this is happening right now.
Right? I think everybody hopefully on the screen can feel this energy down here. You know, it's been a long 8 years in planning and waiting for this day to be here, and so we're so thankful to so many kupuna who made it possible for Hawaii to host, and so many hands that made today and the rest of this festival possible.
Let's talk about that preparation. We're saying 8 years in the making. This was supposed to be in 2020, but because of the pandemic, was pushed to 2024. How much work went into this? I mean, I know that's almost a silly question, but truly, there was so much work that went into this.
You know, I think it really started before this. Where I really want to go back to the kupuna who made Hawaii a part of this conversation in the Pacific, who got us on the Council for Pacific Arts and Culture, who really represented us well with Maiau and Ma'e, and really made us a part of this Pacific community, which led us into being able to bid on this festival and then the actual implementation. So it goes all the way that far back to make sure we were here today.
What was the thoughts that were running through your mind when you found out Hawaii got it? We were going to be the host for the first time ever.
Obviously an immense amount of pride, but then the very next emotion of, oh no, we gotta do this, right? And so how do we figure that out? How do we get this organized? The legislature passed an act to essentially stand up the commission and make sure that the policy framework was in place so that we could organize everything.
On the Hawaii Tourism Authority side, how well does this fit in to what you folks stand for and the pillars that you work to achieve?
First and foremost, it's Hawaiian culture and community. How do we bring our community closer together? How does visiting bring us closer together? I think for me as the festival chair, I really have a few goals with this festival, but really it's how do we remind ourselves of the kuleana that we have, and then how do we awamo that kuleana, and then what do we do to share our aloha with those around us? And so it's our family visiting today. We look around the beach today, it's family. It's not like anything else we've ever hosted in Hawaii before, and so it's really special in that way.
As a Kanaka Maoli, being here at Kualoa and seeing all of our brothers and sisters from across Moana Nui Akea, how special is that for you?
Kupaya nahano. There's nothing that I think could have prepared me for the just good mana that we feel here. Like being here at Kualoa was important, not only from a Va'a perspective, the birthplace of Hokulea and so many other significant things here, but again, like I mentioned, so many that came before us that we could stand on their shoulders and represent them well here with us today, those seen and unseen.
Talk about the theme for this year's festival.
Ho'olulahui, Regenerating Oceania. Again, we had to make a pivot in the pandemic. And we said, what do we need to do right now? And it was to regenerate and protect ourselves. And then after that, how do we sort of come out of this stronger? And so Regenerating Oceania really leaned on the motto of Kalakaua, and really how do we regenerate ourselves as Lahui Hawaii, and then now Lahui Kanaka, mai kikahikapa aku Moana Nui Akea. That whole regional perspective is really important. And so all of that led to, I think, the theme being, how do we get better? How do we reestablish connection? How do we get closer?
And I think that we have definitely achieved that here today and in the coming 2 weeks. Kalani, thank you so much for joining us, and mahalo for all the work that you put in to make this possible. I believe we have another Va'a coming in. We're going to send things over to Laiana and Kanani.
Hika hoi, hike ka. E kai mai lai ka aina e au e ua hiti e.
Palau. Yo to our ohana from Nauru and Marshals who just came on shore, and our ohana from New Way just arriving. You chant for ohana Nauru and the Marshals right there. Eola ka ohana aloha nui. And coming to shore, our ohana from New Way. Whakaalofa lahi atu ta ohana. Lelina e ko kako ohana mai Palau. Pai pai lima. Yo ka ohana o Palau. Mahalo e ko New Way. We also like to mahalo our ohana from Palau, who's right there. Pai lima for Palau, pai lima for New Way. Aloha nui ko kako ohana. Palau imo.
From New Way, we have Poitongia Kapanga, Tom Jr. Misikia, and Bonifacio Kapanga, spouse of Minister of Education and Social Services of New Way. Aloha mai.
Aloha New Way. Special. We like to ho'olauna as well, our ohana from Palau.
Thank you, MC. And then, unless you stop making noise, then they're not going to move. Thank you very much, and we thank the people here for welcoming us. We have our Honorable Minister of Human Resources, Culture, and Tourism, and one of our chiefs who traveled very far from Palau here to join us and gracing this occasion as the richest entity in the Pacific tries to host the Pacific Festival of Arts. I had to take this microphone because you have to welcome every country the way they should be welcomed. So we thank you for all the festival has yet to open. Let's do everything right starting now and moving forward. So with that, I'm going to do a chant. I'm going to ask all of them to join me. Oh, the swok. Oh, the swakle lang. Ema the malaso yang. Aleru bagaleng makit. Ya the tal bagale. Engungi lemendia the goli yang.
Aloha nui Palau, pai lima for our ohana no Palau. Aloha nui. Kako ohana o ka moana nui a kia.
No way. Oh, you want me to unplug my thumb? Thank you. Yeah, that way you're just energized. Yeah, there's nothing in here. Joseph is on 5 if you need it.
When they're here, you can't go under.
Yeah, they already told us that we're not allowed. Good. Everybody's floating. Oh, that's gonna be bad. This is Joseph on 5. They're moving chairs in this area. Right over here. Hey Michael, this is Joseph on 5. They're moving chairs in this direction around the scatter. That is me. About now. I'm on 5.
You guys think you guys can move the camera back? Can you move the camera back?
Nah, hey, you wait.
Telina Maila ko kako ohana from American Samoa. Pai pai lima kako. Aloha to our ohana from Samoa, aloha nui.
Ang dabong kayo! Ang nagtana ni Mauri, kain na ay! Yan ako, ito karangan, nasinaryaw. May kiribas yon na babi, ayaw ay yon, tanong na bigyan na. O namanin kami, ano pa kiribas? Ano the Mauri? Eray! O the dabong mo!
Alahamay, kaohana wa kiribas. Aloha mai, we'd like to acknowledge the Minister of the UNK, Temari Mikarite, traditional elder and leader, Unang Rubeteneiti, traditional leader, Tierere Kauriri, from the island of Kiribati. Aloha mai.
Yo Kiribati, kona Mauri, aloha nui. Eia I hola ka ohana ai Taiwan. Sailed on board Hiki ana Li'a. Aue ua hiti e. Aue ua hiti e. Hika hoi, hike ka. E kai mai lai ka aina e. Aue ua hiti e.
Oh!
Kokako Ohana or Taiwan. Beautiful. Oldest roots of the Austronesian language goes back to Taiwan and the seafaring heritage to our cousins all the way in Taiwan.
We'd like to acknowledge the Kavinganyan Taiwan Princess, Su Chen Lim. Aloha Keali'i. Council of Indigenous People Executive, Kalimat Kantu, Lisin Dongyi, and also the Hualien County Mayor, Chen Wei Shu, Taitung County Mayor, Ming Sung Fang, and the Ministry of Culture Executive, Chu Chang Cho, and the Hawaii Dibe Taiwan Office Executive, Alex Lay. Aloha Taiwan!
Aloha Taiwan!
Mahalo. Mahalo.
Taiwan is our last hui. Can we have a huge...
Aloha mai, we have found our brothers from Rapa Nui. Welcome to Hawaii. Today we have the head of the delegates from Rapa Nui. Can you folks introduce yourselves?
Yeah, I'm Hotuiti. Let me introduce Uncle Lin. He's the head of the delegation of Rapa Nui, Lin Raputuki.
Terangi Riroroko. For this portion of the Papahana...
Etian Rapu.
We have someone in the back there. Your name?
Roneko Atarangi.
We can please have everybody
Aloha. Thank you folks so much for joining us. How proud are you to be here in Hawaii?
Uncle Lin.
Iorana Hawaii Nui. Matuni Rapa Nui Angarina Arohatan Hai Hele Korua.
Say hello, Hawaii. We are from Rapa Nui, and we want to say hello to everyone and each of you with so much love and care.
I can feel the pride from you folks with your flag here. And tell me about what you're wearing.
Te kahune matoe ne kahu te tupuna. He mahute, huru moa, he hei, lau huru te kahu, mau mai nem haka te kea I Hawaii. Hola te kawai kia hotu.
He said that we are using ancient clothes, and this kind of material is called mahute. This is the hay. But I don't know in English, but it's still a hay, and we have feathers and vegetal fibers work in the island. This is traditional clothing.
How important are events like this to perpetuate your culture?
FestPAC mo te Rapa Nui, taeno mo te Rapa Nui, mo te motu tātoa me e riva. Mo piri tahi o te teina, o te ao maohi, o te ao te moana nui a hiva.
You see, the good thing about this kind of festival is that not just for Rapa Nui, but all of the other islands that we are part of the Moana, that we can join together as brothers and share and reconnect with ourselves. Yeah, because we are from the same place, we are Taina, we are brothers and sisters.
How has a festival like this helped to perpetuate the legacy of voyaging?
Yeah. Maururu ki te FestPAC haka tupu mai ei, mo te roa no te waka te puna, me e ho honu mo tātou. O ira, e ho huatou ki te nu tātoa mo tātoa, I here mei tātou ki te FestPAC, hei FestPAC tātou e I te ne nuu I te ao.
He said there is a very good chance that we can reconnect with the ancient navigation and with the ancient techniques for building canoes. FestPAC is a good place where we can show to all the people all over the world our cultural heritage that our ancestors were able to, and we can still have today the ability to sail through the ocean and to keep our legacy and tradition alive.
How many delegates have come from Rapa Nui, and what are you folks hoping to share while you're here in Hawaii?
As I call the name
Hanere pai e huru tangata o homai ena. Mahaka te kea, mei te ori, ki te pata utau, ki te ute, ki te riu, ki te hoko, ki te tango, ki te rau huru no anga o Rapa Nui o tātou haka te kea ni roti tāpati Rapa Nui. Mo te kona ni e ki nei ko Hawaii, mo tātou teina o Hawaii, e mo tunu tātou ni o mai ni ui mene.
He said that it's the first time that we can come with 150 people with a delegation. It's the biggest one ever for us as Rapa Nui, and we come here to share all the different kind of traditional expression over the stage, like kaikai, riu, hoko, ute, riu, takona, heparu, hetarai. All of the Rapa Nui that we have still alive today, we are bringing on the stage in this FestPAC in Hawaii.
Talk about some of the traditions that you folks practice, such as the carving that we were talking about earlier.
Te manau me te horara era o te Rapa Nui, he tarai e wau re karo, e wau mahia, mo te ite apai tātou e wau motu o nei, te hanga mātou he tarai e wau mahia, mo tātou motu era te teina o Hawaii Inui.
He says that the huge dream of Rapa Nui is carve and prepare 8 gifts. We know that there are 8 different islands here, part of Hawaii. It is one carve for each island that is being prepared under the leading of Uncle Lin and all the sculptors team.
Te rua me rahi a te tau, a tae pili hako tātou ki te motu nei kwa Hawaii. A Rapa Nui pai e pini e tahi, Hawaii ka rua pini, Aotearoa ka toru pini. Ka hia te tau a tae pili hako, tangarina, tangia, pohea, hanga, pili tahi hako tātou pahe teina.
He says that this connection with Hawaii is very special because it's been many, many years that we haven't reconnected together. We are part of the triangle, what you have in the north, Hawaii, in the west, Aotearoa, in the east, far away, Rapa Nui. And we have been so far for so long, there is a very good chance that we can reconnect together and be friends and be taina and be brothers like we really are.
E hanga au, mo oro hatu, ki te tātou teine o Micronesia, o Melanesia, ki te tātoa. A tātou e tahi no, mai Micronesia, Taiwan, Melanesia, Polynesia. E tahi no tātou manau.
I couldn't say, okay, Taimana is one thing, but also all of we are living at the Moana. He said Micronesia, Melanesia, Polynesia, we are all the same, son of the earth, son of the sea, and we are all one. This is the message of Uncle Lin, and to be all, we can join together and here. You know what here is? We can be bond together with a lot of love and care for each other. Because we are all brothers of the Moana.
Talk about your flag. It's been such a cool experience to see all these beautiful different flags flying here on the shore. Can you talk about your flag?
Te rewa Rapa Nui, te rewa ni o tu e tātou no mai nei. Irungo te rewa, te rei miro. Te rei miro, irungo te ariki e tau era. Hakara ariki e o te ariki. O ira te rewa re noha irunga era.
The meaning of this flag is figure, the name of this figure is Rei Miro, and the Rei Miro was used by the king and is given to the descendants of the king, and this was the best figure that we could use for the Rapa Nui flag is a Reva Rei Miro, what we call Reva Rei Miro. There's the flag of the Rei Miro that means that we respect and we honor the king.
Well, gentlemen, it's been an honor speaking with you. Thank you so much for your time. I know that we're going to continue on with your ceremony, but we wish you a very great time here in Hawaii, and please come back again. Mahalo nui loa, mahalo nui loa.
E unga atu te rongo ki te tangata tātoa o Hawaii, o Niihau, o Molokai, o Maui, o Ahu, Waiakou, o Lanai, Waiakou, Hawaii, Waiakou. Hare mai oto ki te FestPAC, ki piri tātou pahe taina, ki koa tātou, ki tangi tātou, ki to tātou tupuna.
Uncle Lin, from the bottom of his heart, he is inviting to all the different people from the different islands of Hawaii to come here so we can share all together the legacy of our ancestors and be brothers again, honoring our tupuna. Maururu, that's it, Yorana. Thank you very much.
Oh, hey!
Mahalo, mahalo nui loa, mahalo, mahalo. And we thank you all so much for joining us here for this special broadcast of the Va'a ceremony for the for the Festival of Pacific Arts and Culture. It has been an extraordinary day, and we're going to give you one more look here at Kualoa at the sights and sounds from this historic day.
Got a warning light on camera. People know light.
Go together.
Oh, still. Okay, okay.
Are you still getting an optical warning? Yeah.
I have no idea where we're going so much.
Gift giving, so that every single person is included in the tribute to Tuvalu. So it's just the clap. If you know it, you know it. But it's okay if you don't, because so long as you know how to fight together, we good. Okay. So again, as soon as Chad finished speaking, we mount up here and welcome and we see you guys. So we're all gonna just move that away. They're all settled already, so we'll just take our place. Okay? Aloha, everybody.
Watch your feet. Thank you. Appreciate it. Let's set you up on a static shot.
107.
Aloha mai kākou. Aloha. Mahalo nui au kou pakahi a pau no ka hele ana mai I nei aina o hakipu me kua loa. Ua makimaki wau e ho'omaka me ka mihi. Ka mihi au kou e nā waa, e nā aina I ka hea ole ia. E kalamai hoi a mākou no ke la hea wā mākou. Kalamai a mākou. Ua lohe wau ua kala ia o Samoa a me tokelau a me Palau ke kahi e kalamai hoi a mākou. I just wanted to aloha everybody and mahalo everybody for being here. It's a beautiful sight. Beautiful sight. And I wanted to apologize for the va'a that we missed. There was a little bit of confusion as far as which nation was coming in at which time. And so we kind of skipped over some, and we apologize that. E kalamai hoi a mākou no ke la hewa. To me, part of it is telling us that we need to do this more often. We got to practice more. Mahalo ia o kou. E ho'omaka ana kākou I ke ia aha nei. Me ka pū, ma mua ke la, ua olelo mai ke kahi o nā lahui, loa ke kahi mau ho'okupu e kupu ai. We have some people who want to ho'okupu mai or to give some things, but we'd asked if we actually save that for afterwards. We kind of ho'opokole, kind of shorten up this part of it, and so we can all enjoy together and eat. And I know there's some people who need to move on to the next pieces of this festival, which is just almost begun. Seemed like it began already, but just almost begun. So, aloha mai kako. E ke kua, nauno I hokumu I kalani me ka honua. Mahalo ia oe. E ko kako bau aina, aloha, ko kako kahua. Mahalo ia oe. Au hea o kou e nā alii, me nā o iwi, me nā kupa o ka aina, aloha mai kako. Aloha mai, au hea no hoi o kou, e nā po e hana no e au. Nā o kou e kilo, I ka wā e mamua, a me ka wā e hiki mai ana. Tu kia kua was established the heavens and the earth. Aloha mai. To our aina, which is our foundation, aloha mai. To all of our leaders and the people of the land, aloha mai. Au hea o kou, E nā po e hana no e au, nā ukou e kilo I ka wā mamua, me ka wā e hiki mai ana. To all of the artists who create the visions of where we come from and where we're going, aloha mai kākou. E nā ho'okele waa, I ho'o mau ai, I ho'o paai, I ka pilina o ka moana nui, aloha mai kākou. To all of the voyagers who gathered us together and firm up the connections between us all, aloha mai kākou. O ke aina o hakipu'u me ku aloha nei. Ke ku nei ka pali o ka mo'okapu o hāloa. O hāloa ke kua ana me ke kaikaina. O ia ke kumu o ka po'e Hawaii. This land is hakipu'u and kualoa. Behind us stands the sacred cliffs of Haloa. Haloa is the beginnings of our mo'okuau as Hawaiian people. And as Hawaiian people, we welcome you all today. Aloha. In our kumulipo, our creation chant, o ke ia, kawahi I haule o Maui, a o kona makau nui o manai kalani, o ka lau ana o nā moku e hui ka moana kahiko. In our creation chant, the kumulipo, this is the place where Maui fell and rests. His great hook, Manaya Kalani, it is said, gathered all of the islands and brought them together. A hui ka moana kahiko, so that all of the ancient seas would be gathered together. I ke ia la no, ua hui ka moana kahiko. Today, all of our ancient seas have gathered. Mahalo ia o kou a pau, no ka hele ana mai, ko o kou mau waa, ko o kou mau alakai, ko o kou mau poe. Thank you all for coming today and gathering in this place, Hakipu'u and Kualoa. E ho'oulu ka kou, I ka nani o ka aina. Let us be inspired by and grow the beauty of our lands. E ho'oulu ka kou, I nā po'e hana no e au. Let us be inspired by and grow our artists and our visionaries. E ho'oulu ka kou, I nā ho'okele moana. Let us be inspired by and grow all of our navigators. E ho'oulu ka kou I ka lā hui. Let us be inspired by and grow our people. Aloha mai kākou. Ka ko lau a he lau ka mātani kumupali a e a e kau makaua. Ka mai ngā hui whakau a mololani a puake a kaniko. O a kahawai te kuahua nā wai nā o moko kalo. O I mai hāroa kua ana kua roa o lai kawai o launa e kuai. O lano e kuai na aloha e, aloha e, aloha e. Hui! Ka pua! Mai ke kumpa, mai ka mole, mai ke roho kaina e. Kama ele, o ka aina e ku, e ulu e. E maliu mai e ho'o, mai e ka pu'o mai e. Kama ele, o ka aina e ku, e ulu e. Hoi ka polo, hoi ke roho aina e. Kama ele, o ka aina e ku, e ulu e. O tale o kupina ki kuai, ki kua o kua mo e. Kama
Aloha mai kākou. As we gather here together this day, we take the time to remember. We take the time to recognize the brilliance, the humbleness, the man who's brave enough to at the time cross the lines that existed. To connect us again so that one day we could all see clearly that those lines never existed. To remember that this ocean had always connected us. To remember that we belong to one family. Pius, Mau, Pialo, Papa. Small in stature, but a giant. A man that would lead by example. A man that would inspire generations. A man would help us to remember that we make one family. And that through it all, in the good and in the bad, no matter what, we stay together. We remember him because he stood even when those that said that it could not be done, that it was impossible. He made us all believe. He made us all remember. He made us all understand that it is possible. That from our islands, we are the largest nation on the face of this earth. If we but look to our left, look to our right, look behind you, look in front of you. Here's your family. What will matter is what we do from this day forward. That's in our hands. What are we going to do about it? To all of our crews, our board, your waka, your va'a, we all know what's possible. We know it's not easy, but we love it. For each of us, may we be that same inspiration. May we be the next ones to let the next generation know that they can also be brave. Let us be the ones to inspire each other to know that we are one family. To know that we will stay together. To honor all those things that Papa shared with us. And we honor our family. My brothers and sisters, we say thank you. Thank you. Thank you for sharing Papa with us. Mauna kea.
Yeah, you want me to jump into it?
And this mele is written and sung by the Makaliki Ohana on behalf of everybody. And then we know that Papa Mau was the state. We from Hawaii are the cord. We're the aha. We are the cord that extends outward, joins us all. Aloha mai kako. As I just shared with Papa Mau's Ohana, this particular mele is the gift that we give, one of the many gifts that we give, that was written on board Alingano Maisu as Alingano Maisu was being created in Kauai, Mokuokeawe, Hawaii Island. So this is a mele that Papa Mau heard many times as he sat with us as his fa'a that he asked for, and that we all made an agreement, all of us, from one side of the Pai'aina to the other, for Alingano Maisu. So for all of you, from all of us, for Papa Mau and his Ohana, Wahana Ia, indeed, his fa'a, per his request, his only request, was born. Ha! Wahana Ia, Wahana Ia, Wahana Ia, Oroa
to our ali'i from across the Pacific, to our ministers, leaders, dignitaries, to our artists, our practitioners, our delegation members, our ohana from across the Pacific, and to everyone who has been a part of the tremendous work that went into making today possible. I would like to offer you the deepest and most heartfelt aloha. Thank you all very much for being here. We are so very excited that you are here. I don't know how to contain my emotions and convey this to you in a more appropriate way than to just convey my aloha and minoaka to all of you folks. It has been 8 years in the making since we were granted this kuleana to host all of you, and we are so very, very excited. So mahalo nui to all of you. Welcome and aloha again. We are truly humbled, appreciative, and filled deeply with aloha for the sacrifice that you have all made to make your way out here, and for the honor that you've granted all of us to host you, to invite you to protocol, and to allow us to facilitate your festival and the reunion of your ohana here with us in Hawaii. So mahalo, mahalo, mahalo nui. I have to be honest, there were many points along the way where we were very concerned that we would not get to this point. And the fact that we are here at this ceremony is a testament to the diligent work and belief and faith in so many that are a part of this gathering today, and so many that sit outside the chairs and the mats here who have been working diligently to allow this to all come to fruition today. So again, it is with just the deepest sense of gratitude and humility that we are here today to officially welcome you to the festivities of the Festival of Pacific Arts and Culture for 2024. Mahalo nui again. You know, as so many of you know, there are deep challenges that faced all of us today. There were tremendous challenges even to make this festival happen, including a once-in-a-lifetime pandemic that allowed us the time to prepare a little more purposefully, but also the time for all of us to take care of each other in the places that we were from, so that when we all come together, we can devote all of our time and energy to aloha each other, to join in the festivities, and to share aloha. So that's basically it for me. On behalf of the Commission of the Festival of Pacific Arts and Culture, for the Pai'aina of Hawaii, on behalf of the Lahui of Hawaii, the people of Hawaii, the people of the Mokupuni of Oahu, of the Moku o Ko'olaupoko, of which our ohana is from, our ohana of whom we are descended from, that are your ohana, who ventured on these same va'a up here to hanao us. We welcome you. We thank you so much for joining us here at the home of not only of the Hokulea, but the home of our ali'i, our chiefs. So it is tremendously important and appropriate that we have you all here for today's gathering. So please, welcome again, enjoy your time here, and mahalo nui loa again for allowing us the honor of hosting you. Aloha.
Aloha mai kako. I'm very honored to be here to participate in this extraordinary day. I'm humbled and I'm really kind of overwhelmed. Overwhelmed because I grew up in Hawaii, where culture and language were outlawed in our schools in 1926 by policy. Private schools could beat students and have authority above their parents if they danced or if they talked their language first. And there's a long road, but that road is black. It's slippery. And at the end of the road, there's a cliff where when you fall off, you can't get back up. It's called extinction of language, heritage, culture, who you are. And some could argue that the forces that drove those decisions to make us forget did it intentionally for control. That happened to me as a young boy being raised here. Happened to my father. There was a time when they did the analysis in the 80s that there are less than 100 native speakers that are fluent, and they were all elderly, no children. Extinction was getting very close, and the breaking of language and culture was getting complete. Why I feel overwhelmed about being here was because need to bring into this room those really who should be here. The pioneers, the dreamers, the visionaries. So I will permit me to bring a few names in. Herb Kuainui Kane, Dr. Ben Finney, Tommy Holmes, our founders, would essentially take a dream of a voyaging canoe that nobody else could see. Extinction was so close because if our language went extinct, if our genealogy was forgotten, we wouldn't care because we didn't even know it had value. But there were these dreamers that said, let's recapture who we are. And the way to do that is to build the vehicle that connects every one of these nations, 28, all of you together, the va'a, the canoe. And I was here, and I would agree that we wouldn't be here. This would be a very different place, Kualoa. It's history that we know now, we did not know then. If it wasn't for, his name is Piailuk. Mao's a nickname, to be fierce. If it wasn't for him, we wouldn't be here. So I needed to just humbly say, to honor them. There's a name that most of you don't know. I know you do. Top waterman, being heavily recruited by Kimo and others to be on the first voyage. Kamehameha School's graduate, West Point graduate, commander in Vietnam, engineer, open now the most powerful ocean education company in Hawaii. And he was champion paddler. His name is Kalaku Kea. And he was my mentor and my teacher. He comes to my house, and I don't know the date, but it was, must have been very early in 1975. And about 50 years ago, in his old red truck, and he tells me, get in the truck, come on, we need help. We gotta go lash a canoe. And we drove here, this very same spot. But very different then. There were two paddling canoes on the beach. None of them could be sailed because we didn't know how. And there was nobody here. So we waited for leadership with Kimo Hugo and others to come. And what came was a crane. Remember, Kimo? A big crane came. We are canoe paddlers. We lash 400-pound canoes. Then a flatbed truck came in. Long, extended flatbed with these two giant hulls that would become hokulea. And then there was another truck came in with 10 yakus back then, Kimo. And they weighed 180 pounds each. These two yakus that hold these massive two canoe hulls together. And then there was another truck that had miles of quarter-inch cotton line. And they said, go lash the canoe. And the instructions were, make sure the lashings are loose so the canoe will walk over the waves. And so, this canoe is not 400 pounds. This canoe is 24,000 pounds. It doesn't go down our coast in canoe races. It goes to Kaiki Nui. It's its promise. It's its dream. So we didn't know what to do. We kept wrapping the rope around, and then at the end, you got the two ends, and you don't know what to do with the two ends. At least I didn't. And Wally Freusteth, the great multi-vessel sailor, canoe paddler, goes, lad, you take the two ends. If you don't know what to do, just put 50 half hitches, and then let it go. And then ultimately, we're here, right here, March 8th, 1975. You weren't launching only a canoe. You were launching dreams. You were launching promises. You're launching us to get connected to our ancestral homeland that we did not know. And it was amazing, but it was a time when confusion. Part of the community came and prayed for this canoe, even though they didn't even know what it was. They just outright prayed for the canoe. Others came that didn't come because Hawaiian things have no value, so the canoe should have no value, so they didn't care. But there was a part of the other community that came that feared this canoe. Because if this canoe finds Tahiti, it's going to change everything. Those who are in the establishment don't want change. They feared it. And so, that was Saturday on the 8th. On Sunday, we took the canoe out to sail. And I'm so glad that I'm not the only one that was from 1975 at the launching. I know Kimo Hugo, I want to recognize Kimo Hugo right here as canoe chief, and he did the crew selection. I want to recognize the great waterman, Buffalo Keolana. I want to recognize Bunky Makuris, who's taking care of the Keolana family all these years. John Cruz is back there someplace, and I know I'm going to miss others, but I thought I was going to be the only one, and but I'm not. We were all here. And they launched Hokulea. Wow. The dream was launched. The promise was in front of us. Next day on Sunday, we sailed. And an interesting story. Nobody knew, but Mao flew from Micronesia to Hawaii on the day of the launching, and he didn't even know it was going to be launched. And Dr. Ben Finney gets a phone call from Customs because he didn't have the right papers or whatever, and they were going to deport him back to Micronesia. And as early in the morning, Ben gets the phone call, goes down there, and somehow gets him out of Customs, and he was here at the launching. I never saw him, I never met him, but he was here that same day. Kimonos. And then we launched Hokulea the next day. We sailed, we broke the two steering sweeps. We didn't know what sheet lines were. We had no cleats on board. We didn't know what to do with the sheet line. Make 50 half hitches. Off we go. We went aground on on a sandbar. We had 30-something on board the canoe. Captain told us to get off. The canoe gets lighter. We're full sail, and the canoe goes by itself down a reef. And we got towed back to be turned around, and it's a true story, and I can say it because Herb Connie, 2 months before he died, did a video about that day where we were sailing in right over there by the beach. I'm a commercial fisherman. Where's the anchor? Because we had to stop this canoe, and it kept going in true story. Herb runs to the front to try to grab an anchor. The canoe hits the beach right over there. He gets catapulted off the canoe into the sand. And in his interview, his public said, "I thought I died and went to heaven when I took the sand out of my eyes. There was this beautiful maiden in this beautiful gown that was standing on the beach. He thought it was an angel. It was Abigail Kawananakoa that gave Hokulea its largest private donation ever." Abigail told her, "I want to see you in my office tomorrow." And so, but what I'm trying to get at, extinction's real. Protect the things you know. We were lucky that the Herbs and the Ben Finneys gave us a canoe and trusted us with us. They allowed us to go. And then for 29 years, Ma would come and train us. 29 years, he would come and train us. Take us like children by the hand. Pull us through the window of time into the old ocean that nobody on the earth could have done. Mao don't come, we don't go. Mao don't come, we would not be here. And so there's not enough that you can say about his impact on today. Because when you fast forward to today, we have canoes 4,500 miles away from Aotearoa and from Palau. We have canoes from the Navigators Islands in Micronesia, the top best navigators that when we forgot, they did not. When we needed to learn, they taught the great gifts. They're here. We have the 28 countries, their delegations, their leadership, their prime ministers, their presidents, and their ministers. They're here. They're here today. We have to thank the courage of two canoes that sailed far. Fafaite, I watched you on a computer. "2,400 miles of excellence. 2,400 miles about being precise. 2,400 miles of professionalism, disciplined, strong. Because I know you could not have sailed and got here faster than any other canoe that got back to Hawaii and Tahiti in your time. You broke the record. Over the 50 years, we never sailed from Cook Islands to Hawaii direct because you're too far downwind. You have to have extraordinary winds to do it. They have to be south of east. The problem with south of east and El Nino, that is not your normal winds. Your normal winds are north of east, and you're not going to make Hawaii. You're going to end up way to the west. If I were the navigator to make the call, I would not have gone. I would wait a year till El Nino goes away. But there's a captain on that canoe. Stronger than me, more brave than me, Pe'ia, Pata. Co-navigator. And I know him. He is, once he commits, he goes. And he waited for the small window, and it was a tiny window of southeast trades, so you can get east. You got to get east. And then bam, he did, then it shut down. All the way to the equator, winds were north of east. And they fought. They fought the whole way. Things that I would not have done, because I don't think I would have the courage to do it. They fought, this crew fought the whole way. And they got here, and I have to just say, what I saw on a computer was courage. What I saw on a computer was a team, like Fafaite, no matter what they're going to get here as family. What I saw is the best what we can be as voyagers in both of these canoes. And we're honored that you're here. We're honored that you made the voyage here, because they will collectively do 12,000 miles of sailing round trip. That's more than halfway around the planet at the equator. These are not simple voyages. These are dangerous. And when you're not prepared, the ocean will put you on your knees. It'll knock you down. But they're here. You're all here. What's here that's terribly important to me is that the most powerful schools of navigation in our genealogy are here. School of Woriang from Micronesia, 4,000 years old, 4,000 years. Kept the knowledge and the skill until we had a canoe and wanted to learn, so that we had the ability to learn this navigation. It was Mao. That we wouldn't be here if he didn't be willing to break the rules. Never was navigation taught to anyone outside of Micronesia. When we asked him to teach, we had no idea what we were asking and how complex this was for him, how difficult it was for him. And initially he just said, we'll see, and he waited about 2 months till we finally got the phone call from his son Henry in Saipan and said, Mao is coming to your house tomorrow. Then he stayed with us for 28 months. If you did not, students did not touch salt water on a single day in the 28 months, he'd make you go to Kawaihoa in the rough water by the cliffs and swim in the dark so that you can become comfortable with the black underneath you, to build courage, push back fear. We wouldn't be here if it wasn't for them. Today is a day to me that's extraordinary. Today is a day that helps to remind us how far we've come. How far we've come as a people of the biggest and most important country on the world, Pacific Islands. And I do want to echo Senator Kay's comments about, I looked at the planning process to make this day happen, and when I looked at who was doing it, it was impossible to do. No single individual could have done this. The challenges, the complexities are beyond imagination. And what it was the best of us. That when the trauma of looking at, we're going to fail, that very thing that we have a festival for is to bring our family from the South Pacific and honor them, care for them, love them. And when it's not so much when they get off an airplane how they feel, how do they feel when they get on the airplane? Were they loved? Did they have aloha? Watching the process from the outside was daunting. And what happened was, there were a group of young leaders that got together and said, there is no way we're going to fail honoring you, our Pacific family. There's no way. And what happened was this brilliant move that it was all about love of home and love of family. Young people call it young people in this network. Look, there's thousands of people that worked on this. Hundreds of organizations worked on this. But I will say, it was one of the most powerful views of what I saw, what leadership should look like. The power of communities when they're united. And they held together. They never complained. And they never said, we can't do this. It's impossible. And I do want to just, because I have so much respect and aloha. I just wanna, she's not gonna like it, but to honor and pay respect to Bani Kahapea. When you get a chance, hug her. She's the one that kept it all together. And I will agree with my final remarks are, we got to come together. Back in 1991, we had my best friend, astronaut, telling us, Nainoa, we're changing the Earth, it's going to change us, and we don't know what to do. This is back when even the United Nations did not even have oceans on the environmental agenda. Hello? And he said, pay attention to the new language. Climate change, sustainability, hypoxia, dead zones. All these things that were coming down from the scientist, from the astronaut, the one who saw the whole Earth as an island in space and recognized we need to take care of this Earth. Otherwise, the Earth will always find a way to restore itself. The question is, can humanity do that? I'm not trying to scare anybody, but he's right. Wildfires, hurricanes, sea level rising. Who knows it better than those in the Pacific who had nothing to do with climate change, but are suffering the first and the most? All of us. But the gift of what you have, I drew a circle around the 28 countries that are here at FestPAC. The numbers are pretty astounding. 22 million square nautical miles of oceans. Let's stop talking about the surface of oceans and let's talk about its 2-mile depth. That, in my opinion, why I'm so concerned, if we do not protect the health, the health of the oceans is like a mirror on ourselves. The health of the oceans reflects on how healthy we are. If we don't protect the number one and most important environmental issue of the 21st century is to protect the oceans, because the oceans is what protects life on Earth. Period. It scares me. I think about it every day. The limited time I have to voyage, yes, we go to find islands of our families, but we go to sail for the health of well-being of the only island we have, and it's called the Earth. And we do so for the security and the future of our children. Why do I bring this up? You could put the big countries, Russia, China, Canada, United States, and there's tons of room to spare in our country. We're bigger than them all, combined. We're the biggest country in the world. And if the oceans are the most important to protect, it makes them the most powerful and the most wealthy. Now, what if, and I'm just throwing this out here, what if we take an event like today, like FestPAC, and say, let's create more? To me, my concern is governments around the world have not shown that they're going to take action for what needs to happen. The ones that will suffer the most are the ones that have the least. I think FestPAC is the way to do this because it brings in people that are from the communities. It brings in people from the grassroots. FestPAC is too far apart every 4 years. We need to have some way to connect, stay connected, so that this doesn't become an event, but it becomes a beginning. Stay connected where we, as grassroots people, come together on the biggest country on the planet to raise its biggest voice for what's most important, the future of our children. I believe that today, like they were putting the stick in the ground, could we imagine that today is not an event? Today is another beginning. We look back and thank and aloha all of those who brought us here, all of our teachers, and there's thousands of them. You add up the collective voyaging of 30 voyaging canoes in the Pacific, it's astounding. You're at about 700,000 miles underneath these canoes. What if we sailed together for a single purpose? Protect the oceans, protect our children's future. What if? So today, to me, is not an event. Today is the day that we put a stone on the ahu. Today is the day that they put the stick in the ground and say it's a new beginning, and that new beginning would be powerful if we do one thing: unite. Unite. And that's why I'm just a student, but I'm worried. FestPAC is a place where you launch dreams. It's a place that you make promises. It's a place that you begin to imagine things that we couldn't. And what I think today is the beginning of the next 50 years. And I don't know how to bring it together, but we will accomplish way more than we can imagine if all we did was unify. Mahalo.
E ho malau kākou I ka pule. Ke kumana loa, kumakualani. Mahalo ia o e no ke ia lana ni ka mahao. Mahalo no ko ho ako ana mai. I nā ohana o ka moana nui, nā ho o kele, nā waa, nā ko e hana no e au. Ke olu e ke kua, nā uno e hopo mai kai ko mākou launa ana ke kahi. Ke olu e palekana I nā mea mai kai ole. Kia I mai kai a mākou, hiki mākou hoi ana ko mākou mau hale. Ke olu e ke kua e o mai kai ko mākou mea ai ke ia ho'ola hoi kai ka ko mākou kino. I no mākou ke mihine ia oe, ke mahalo nei ia oe, ke pule nei makaino kau ke hivu o Yesu Christo. Amen. Iwi oku iwi! Koko oku koko! Iwi kamo! Iwi oku iwi! Koko oku koko! Iwi kamo! Iwi oku iwi! Koko oku koko! Iwi kamo! Kua! Kamana. Mahalo. That concludes our ceremony for today. Mahalo again, all of you. Aloha. Mahalo. Oia.
Thank you.
Mauri ora ki te rangi. Ko io. Mauri ora ki te whenua. Ko tātou. Ngā uri. O te moana. E taune. Ka whakatau atu. Ki te manga whenua. Te Mauri whenua. Te ira tangata. Hawaii. E tūhono nei, e tuitui nei. I tō tātou whānau. O te moana. Nei te kotahitanga. Nei te mana motu hake o ngā iwi putanoa i tēnei whenua e kororo nei te rangatira i muatu iau. Nā reira e mihi ana kia tātou. I roto i tēnei āhuatanga tangihi o tātou mate e hika mā. Ngā mate, kua rupeke atu te pō. Pō ia mai, kia tau mai, ki runga i tēnei papa whenua. Kia whakarongia tātou, i o tātou mate, mai i te timatatanga o tēnei whenua, ki naene. Ko rātou, e tuku heke nei, e pupuri nei, i ngā taonga, kua makere mai kia tātou. Nō reira, koutou, takoto mai, i ngā ihi, i ngā mana, o mātangi reia. Takoto, ki te āio o te rangi. E aku tuakana, e aku taina. Nei te kororo, whakakotahi. Whakakotahi i runga i o tātou whānau. I o tātou hapu, i o tātou iwi, i o tātou kārangaranga. Ko te whakapapa e tūhono nei a tātou. Ko te moana e tūhono nei a tātou. Ko te rangi, ko te whenua. Ka pahe mō, engari ka tūtonu, ko tātou. Nō reira, e ngā rangatira, e ngā ariki o te moana, e ngā ariki o te whenua, e ngā ariki o te rangi, tātou, 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 tātou. Tēnā koutou, kia ora tātou katoa. Maui Nation, maranga mai.
Kia ora, kia ora. Okay, we don't want to give too much of the festival away too quickly. Mahalo nui Aotearoa. Because they came from the coldest place, we let them kani and dance. Mahalo nui, aloha. At this point, we got some me'ai for everybody, so we'd like to ask everybody to join us with to pupa'akai, to eat together. And I was given the instructions to ask everybody to kind of go off to this side and then line up to and sit down, and then food will be brought out to you. Please, our delegates, our ohana from Palau and New Way, please go first. Our kupuna and all of our VIPs, please sit down first, and then all of those afterwards can fill in the extra spots. Again, mahalo nui and aloha.
What a truly historic day. We want to mahalo each and every one of you who tuned in from across the Pai'aina to around the world for this Va'a ceremony for the 13th Festival of Pacific Arts and Culture. There have been so many beautiful and breathtaking moments that we will continue to share with you throughout the week, and you can find more information online at festpachawaii.org and also hawaiinewsnow.com. Coming up tomorrow, please join us for the opening ceremony at the University of Hawaii at Manoa. That broadcast starts at 4 p.m. Hawaii time on K5 and streaming online at hawaiinewsnow.com. We want to send a big mahalo nui loa to the Pacific Community, or SCP, the 13th FestPAC Commission, all of the Pacific Island nations who have come here to Hawaii for this festival, and of course the many, many hands, organizations, volunteers who have come together to make this possible. On behalf of Hawaii News Now and the broadcast crew, I'm Lacey Denise. And as we go, we leave you with footage from today's beautiful and special Va'a ceremony. Malama pono, ahui ho.